Baseball on Spectrum Sportsnet LA, brought to you by Land Rover. And hello to those of you watching us on KTLA tonight. The Dodgers and Giants ready to wrap up this three-game series. We're glad you're with us. Joe Davis or Hershiser. Alana Rizzo joins us in a moment. And a lot of the talk lately, and for good reason, has been the bullpen struggles. But the offense for the Dodgers hasn't done a whole lot lately either, scoring just 12 runs during this five-game losing streak.
Yeah, they have hot hitters, a few, and they've got cold hitters. The hottest guy they've got is Justin Turner, but they need to turn it around completely. Somebody's got to get on in front of Justin. Somebody's got to drive him in once he gets his hit. He has been carrying the offense, but you can't do it all by yourself. You need some guys with on-base percentage around you. Justin right now is barreling up anything in the strike zone. They know he's hot, the opposing teams, but when he gets a pitch to hit, he's hitting it.
Phase of the team that's been consistently excellent lately has been the starting pitching, and they get a guy back into that rotation tonight. Hyun-Jin Ryu for his first start in more than 3 months.
He has a pulse for this, for coming back into the rotation. He's got a pulse for the Dodger-Giant rivalry. The big night last night with Yasiel Puig kind of scruffing up. But you know what? Ryu, as being one of his best friends, he's glad to be back and to help out Yasiel and the Dodgers. This is going to be a lot of fun.
All right, for the corresponding roster move, with Ryu activated, we go down to Alana.
All right, Joe, thanks very much. Ross Stripling, having recently been moved into the bullpen, actually will have a few more days before he can actually pitch out of the bullpen. Ross Stripling dealing with some lower back issues. In fact, a couple of his discs are compressed, so he is placed on the disabled list today. He said there was something wrong with the beds in Denver as far as that is concerned. Another move, though, Tony Cingrani has been transferred to the 60-day DL in order to put Hyun-Jin Ryu back on the 25-man roster, guys.
Wow, great work, Alana, not losing your concentration. And hello, Kike. Dodgers and Giants ready to wrap up this three-game series. A lot of drama over the first two. What does tonight have in store on a perfect night from Dodger Stadium? Typical of the Dodgers and the Giants over the first two games of this series. Plenty to talk about. Here are the standings entering this one. Arizona's idle tonight. Colorado a game out now, sitting in second place. They trail Houston late in that game in Texas. The Dodgers sitting 2 games back of the Diamondbacks, with San Francisco continuing to hang around at 5 games out of first place. Take a look at their lineup for this series finale, with Andrew McCutchen to lead things off, and then Brandon Belt, his first start off of the disabled list. Longoria is at third. Posey does the catching with Hernandez in center, and Crawford back in there at short. Pence, his first start of the series, and last night's hero Alan Hansen batting 8th. All against Hyun-Jin Ryu.
This will be his 7th start. It's been since May that we've seen him because of the groin strain. He's going to be the same pitcher, though. I think the rehab has gone great. It's been a long time. He'll probably be a little anxious, but he's so good at controlling the baseball. Fastball, cutter, curve, change mainly. Only a few sliders.
Ryu's return from the DL. Off we go with ball 1. There's 2 rehab starts. 5 innings, 71 pitches his last time out, which was 8 days ago in AAA. So no real restrictions tonight. As he fires a 1-0 to Andrew McCutchen and misses arm side with the first 2, 2-0.
Rehab is one thing, big league game is another. Then take it up a notch when it's the Giants. Take it up another notch when your team's on a 5-game losing streak.
Yeah, they've dropped those 5 in a row, 1 short of his season high. They dropped 6 straight in mid-May. 5-11 over their last 16 games. Giants, meanwhile, have won 4 of 5, climbing right back into the postseason picture. That's a strike 3-1. That's right after they had lost 5 of 6. And this has kind of been the story for much of the summer for San Francisco, where anytime it looks like they're about to officially exit the conversation, they do something to say, hold on, not dead yet. Ground ball to Justin Turner, and after falling behind 3-0, Ryu gets McCutchen to open the 9th. Closed captioning tonight brought to you by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. For tips and rebates, visit bewaterwise.com. 1 gone first inning. Here's Brandon Belt.
You talk about the National League West, and you're talking about everybody within reach of the first place position has had an up and down year. Pretty much everybody. There's 2 teams that have had 5+ losing streaks twice this year. That'd be Arizona and the Dodgers. They're really the only 2 teams in the major leagues that have done that. So if the teams that have been mostly at the top in your division are doing that throughout all Major League Baseball at the top at 2 long losing streaks, pretty much the other 2 teams, Colorado and San Francisco, are having up and down seasons too and still have a chance.
Ryu home with an 0-1, and Belt takes it low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now Belt in his first start after missing a few weeks with a hyperextended knee. Quietly having a great season. By a lot of measures has been the Giants' best hitter this year. He fouls it off 1-2. 30 years old now in his 8th major league season. Former Texas Longhorn, native of Lufkin, Texas. Ryu downhill with a 1-2. Bell cracks one to left. Matt Kemp angles on. Won't get there. It's a fair ball and bounces into the seats for a double.
Seen a couple of these in this series where they're just bloopers that turn into doubles. Justin Turner had one. The Giants get one from a left-handed hitter. Hit about the same amount of chalk.
Yeah.
It's like a quarter of the baseball.
A few of those in this series. I mean, at Kershaw's in game 1 where there was the Crawford collision with Hernandez. Just nestles on the line. And a man in scoring position with 1 out for Evan Longoria. has a home run against Ryu. And Hyun-Jin started against these Giants earlier this year. Gave up 2 runs in that game, both off solo shots. One from Longoria and one from Crawford. He's back home with a 1-0. It's in the dirt for ball 2.
When you're on your minor league rehab starts and all of a sudden there's a man on second and 1 out, you don't feel the stress because you just feel like you're working to get healthy and to build your endurance and see what your pitches are doing. This is the first stress that he's really felt since being healthy.
2-1.
He's not walking around like he's under much stress, though.
No, rarely is he, huh?
He's just so calm and collected. At least on the outside.
Here's his 2-1. To the back door for strike 2.
That's an exceptional cutter. World-class pitch right there, and a hitter's count. 2-1 early. Just dots that corner.
It's a pitch that Hyun-Jin incorporated a little bit last year, but he's throwing it more than ever in 2018 prior to that DL stint. This one misses low, and it's full.
He's almost abandoned the slider to a few more fastballs and a lot more cutters.
And he was almost unhittable with a fastball cutter combination that first month or two. Belt at second, 1 out, and a 3-2 to Longoria that's flexed to right where Puig is waiting for out number 2. Scoreless in the first inning as Buster Posey comes up. Posey came into this series hot lately, but he's 1 for 8 over the first 2 games. The Giants have won these games and have won the majority of the games in this ballpark this year despite not having a whole lot of offense. Like 9 games here all. They've scored a total of 16 runs.
They've gotten some great pitching and a little better bullpen work from their bullpen compared to the Dodger bullpen. But good sign with Kenley Jansen throwing to hitters today. Really good sign for the Dodgers and for Kenley.
Ball on a strike. It just was good, wasn't it, to see him on a pitcher's mound, let alone the Dodger Stadium mound a few hours before the game.
With what he was dealing with and seeing the cardiologist and the news coming out, I was glad just to see him in street clothes. Then what a boost to see him in uniform and actually getting back in shape.
Ryu's 1-1 is low to Posey for ball 2. Getting that checkup date with the cardiologist August 20th. A few days off from that. He remains confident that he'll get the go ahead then, and it won't be long after that that he can come off. A 2-1. Catches the corner, strike 2. Posey, one of the toughest hitters in baseball to strike out. Been that way for a few years now. He's got Belt at second with 2 out and waits on this 2-2. Bouncing ball under a leaping Belt to Machado at short. And Ryu's first inning back from the DL. He puts up a 0. Dodgers come to bat against Derek Holland on the other side of this break. Dodgers baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by your SoCal Land Rover retailers. Dodgers coming to bat for the first time tonight, trying to avoid this sweep against the Giants. And here's the lineup with Dozier to lead things off. And then the red-hot Justin Turner. Manny Machado started to break out, it looked like last night. Kemp, Taylor, and Hernandez in the middle of the Dave Roberts order with Puig and right. And Barnes getting his second start of this series. They face off with Derek Holland, who signed a minor league contract during spring training. Made the rotation pretty much just because of injuries and has put up some of the best numbers in a long time for him.
Giants rescued his last start. He had a rough one, but they ended up getting a W, so that has kept him mentally on a roll. They've won 3 of his last 3 starts, so Giants feel good on him, having him on the mound. Been having a lot of success with his low fastball.
First pitch to Brian Dozier, fouled back. He's faced the Dodgers 3 times this season, and the number's not good. He's got an ERA above 6 against LA. Yet to face Dozier in a Dodger uniform, although they faced off in the American League. Dozier has a home run against Holland. Here's the 1-1 pitch. There's that low fastball you're talking about, 1-2.
It's not just ground balls he's getting with a low fastball. He's getting some swings and misses in the zone down there.
Dozier down the line, but it's foul. .31 years old. He's out of Newark, Ohio. 10th season in the majors, most notably with Texas, where he spent his first 8 seasons and was part of those back-to-back pennant teams. Losing the World Series to the Giants in one of those trips. The Cardinals in another. Now, last year Holland was with the White Sox. He had the 3rd worst earned run average in the majors. There's been some kind of turnaround for him. Fires a 2-2 that Dozier fouls back and will do it again. Seventh pitch to Brian Dozier is high, and he's worked it full. Dozier leading things off for the Dodgers and cranking one down the line, foul again.
Brian's going to have a lot of information for the rest of the lineup when he heads back to the dugout for the Dodgers. Hopefully that won't be until he scores. With all these pitches, getting a good read on Holland.
Giants pitching largely responsible for their resurgence. Top earned run average in the National League since the beginning of June. They've needed that pitching lately. The offense continuing to sputter. They've gotten it in this series. On the 9th pitch from Derek Holland, Brian Dozier hits another one foul.
81-mile-an-hour breaking ball in. He's out in front of it. The top end of the fastball is 92. He might touch 93 every once in a while. But really doesn't have enough to get by Brian Dozier or the Dodger lineup. It's about location with Holland.
Another payoff. And another foul. The 6th one of this at bat. Good view of his favorite player there, huh? Great seats. 3-2 again. Foul again. What a way for Brian Dozier to open the night at this point, regardless of the outcome of the at-bat, forcing Holland to throw at least 12 pitches. Pitch number 12. Fly ball to center field. Hernandez back with room on the edge of the warning track to catch it. Dozier gets a good hand as he heads back to the dugout as the first out. Up comes Justin Turner. We take a look at our Land Rover Performance Spotlight. A 3-double game for him last night against left-handed pitching. And over the last 2 seasons, he's been one of the best in baseball against lefties.
He's barreling up everything, lefties or righties, but he has seen plenty of lefties, as the Dodgers starters have all been left-handed in this series, and so have all the Giants starters.
Holland's first one to Turner is a little bit inside. 1 ball, no strikes. The Dodgers in a stretch right now where 6 of 7 games come against left-handed starting pitchers. Outside of Turner, not been very good against lefties. In fact, since early July, hitting below 200 as a team against them.
Historically, when you build a roster, these guys should be good against left-handers, but they just have not performed to their standards. There's still a lot of confidence around the clubhouse that this roster will do well against left-handers. Right about now, it's about time to peak, because you want to peak at the right time.
Monday night starter Bumgarner, last night starter Suarez. And Holland wrapping one in there for strike 2. Turner making sure Holland's ready to go. Didn't want to go into his routine if he wasn't. Both sides ready for this 2-2. Got him. 2 up, 2 down for Derek Holland here in the first.
Number 8, Machado.
Derek Holland likes to work the edges of the plate. He doesn't have the stuff to really get you out in the middle. So hopefully the big strike zone for him, or the Dodgers chase right there. Hit the corner, got Justin.
Manny Machado coming off what was his best looking night at the plate in a long time.
There was a lot of confidence in the box. He was squaring up a lot of balls. Did not get as many hits as he hit the ball hard, but he does look very, very comfortable and is squaring up a lot of balls.
Yeah, hit into 2 hard outs. Drove in the lone Dodger run, and he also walked. Here he crushes a base hit to the left side. I'm starting to see that more and more consistently, that hard line drive to the pull side.
One little rhythm jiggle in the box. Once, boom. It's almost like a waggle in golf. When he looks comfortable in the box, it's just that one little waggle, and here comes the bat. When he was slumping and didn't look comfortable, boy, we see 3, 4, 5 waggles in there. He looked a little fidgety.
So you're seeing Machado come out of his slump. The Dodgers hoping Matt Kemp can do the same. Now 3 for his last 54 after an 0 for 3 last night. Ball 1. A lot of the same early work that Manny Machado's been doing to try and find the field again. Matt Kemp's been right there with him. These guys are good buddies. They've worked out together in previous off seasons. It's a strike, 1-1. The whole lead up to the trade deadline, Manny Machado was texting Matt Kemp just about every day, hearing the rumors that there was a good chance he'd be traded to the Dodgers, and telling Matt, hey, find a way to make it happen. You've been there long enough. Don't you have some pull with that front office? Jokingly. And of course, at the All-Star game, Kemp doubles, and Manny Machado is playing short for the American League, pulls out his phone and snaps a selfie of the two. To 1. Ball 3. Machado at first after the 2-out single, and now Kemp earns the walk and gives Chris Taylor an opportunity here in the first.
Holland walks about a batter every 3 innings. He is not one of those left-handers that is complete control. He's hoping that you wander off the plate with him.
Taylor pinch hit last night, struck out. His average over the last 15 at 152.
He has struck out his last 4 at bats in a row.
He with 2 gone in the first inning. He watches a breaking pitch cut in there for a strike. Quickly behind 0-2. Two on, 2 out, and Holland will step off. Hey, did Kike catch wind of his OPS and tight pants?
Sure looks like it.
Taylor leaves that one high. If you happen to not hear us last night, there's this report circulating around the internet. Somebody did like this very in-depth report breaking down Kike Hernandez's performance based on how tight his pants are, and found that the tighter the pants, the better he hits. A 1-2. Taylor watches it miss inside. Dave Roberts joked around, maybe I need to make a deal with him that I don't play him unless he puts the tight pants on. Kike, you're unplayable in the baggy pants. With Machado at second and Kemp at first, Chris Taylor swings and misses, and the inning comes to an end. Holland has to throw 28 pitches, but the Dodgers unable to get one, and we go to the second at Dodger Stadium. reported before the game. Disabled list with a minor back issue. Hopefully going to spend the minimum amount of time on that DL. Is just ready to move down to the bullpen to help bolster things there. Hyun-Jin Ryu back to work. Gorkis Hernandez to lead things off in front of Crawford and Pence. 1-0. Strike one.
22 pitches, about half of them strikes. The highest command pitch so far has just been the fastball.
We've got a piece of Stu Sherwater, 35-year-old umpire out of Canada. First full-time Canadian umpire in the majors since Jim McKean. He's doing it for almost 4 decades. Good to see Stu okay. He'll stay in there with no break. And on a 1-2 pitch, watches it miss high, 2-2. The Dodgers at this point kind of an open tryout for a potential Game 4 postseason starter if they're to get there. You know that Kershaw and Hill and likely Walker Buehler are going to be a part of it. But Wood and Stripling and Ryu and those 3 guys, with Maeda having moved down to the bullpen, vying to potentially be that 4th guy.
It's not just a competition for the starting position. Then where do you end up if you don't make that? Are you in the bullpen or not on the roster?
Hernandez run around. Ryu has his first strikeout tonight.
Shortstop number 35, Brandon Crawford.
Up comes Crawford. Crawford left the game on Monday night after a bad collision, running down a ball down the left field line. Collided with Gorkis Hernandez and was in concussion protocol yesterday, but cleared for this one. And on the first pitch from Ryu, he watches a strike. Starting shortstop in the All-Star game. Flexes one on the left side of the infield. That'll be an easy play for Turner. 2 up, 2 down for Ryu in the second.
Fielder number 8, Hunter Pence.
Here's Hunter Pence. Just one at bat in this series and really has fallen into a pinch hitting role for the most part with the Giants. Making only his 2nd start of August tonight, taking ball 1. Pence some seasons where he's a perennial all-star, was one of the best players in the game for a few years, but injury problems have derailed him. 35-year-old in his 12th year takes ball 2.
I've always admired the way he plays. Always plays aggressive. Always a little anxious in everything he does, from the way he stands in the outfield waiting for the ball to be hit to him, the way he stands in the batter's box. And when he goes to move, he does it in a big way. Very, very aggressive. Probably led to some of his injuries, just the wear and tear of the way he goes about his business.
You know what the crazy thing is that before this injury ravaged stretch, he went 2.5 years to open his time with the Giants without missing a single game.
And it's a big loss when they lose him, either because he's not producing or he's hurt, because he's such an emotional leader to the team. I mean, the same
movements you see in the batter's box. He can move his lips like that and get them going. He's the guy with the inspirational speeches prior to the game when they run on the field. He's the guy that'll gather them together in big moments, let them know where they're at.
Punches one to first. Kike Hernandez with just his 5th start of the season over there. Scoops it up. And a 1-2-3 second for Ryu on a gorgeous night in Los Angeles.
Chase Utley's off-season trip to Dubai, where they toured the lively city and tried their hand at playing cricket. Don't miss Backstage Dodgers, presented by Cadillac, Friday after the postgame show on Sportsnet LA.
Derek Collin to face Kike Hernandez, opening the bottom of the second with the Dodgers and Giants scoreless. Hernandez watches a first pitch slider in for a strike. Does have a home run against Holland. Kike, one of the beneficiaries of this run against left-handed pitching. 3rd consecutive start for him.
9 right-handers in the lineup against Holland for the Dodgers. It seems like his theory so far is fastballs in off the plate, use the breaking stuff, the soft stuff. That's what I'll be brave enough to throw for a strike.
That is why they've loaded up with 9 right-handed hitters. Hernandez fouls it back 2-2. Drastic differences, especially when you're looking in that right-hand column at the power numbers. Here comes his 2-2. Hernandez with a rope down the line. That's a fair ball. Leadoff double for Kike Hernandez.
Saw Brian Dozier hit a lot of breaking balls foul, and we'll take a look at this double on the Volkswagen replay. This breaking ball doesn't get all the way in, stays up, so Kike keeps it fair. The down and in runs to Dozier. He was barreling up, but pulling him foul. That one out over the plate, right down the line.
And I don't know if you saw, but when Hernandez arrived at second, Jock Peterson stood up on the bench and started tugging at his pant legs as if to say it must be the tight pants. You can't argue.
You can't argue with tight pants.
Well, I meant with factual numbers, but yeah, I guess that too. All one on Puig. Factual numbers about tight pants. Yep.
Maybe it makes him not overswing. Maybe it makes him think about his lower half a little bit more. Who knows?
Puig's first trip up there since he was ejected following the altercation last night. He takes ball 2. We've had about 24 hours now. Your thoughts on what went down last night?
It happens in the midst of competition. You know, when you take a step back and you have a sane brain and you're just watching baseball as an entertainment, you know, you have your opinion one side or the other, but when you're the two athletes down there that were kind of jawing a little bit and then it got a little bit physical, it can happen with competition.
Little dribbler back to Holland, who looks Hernandez back to the bag and throws Puig out. And ultimately, if you've not followed up on it and checked on exactly what went down, Puig reacted, upset with himself and missing a pitch that he thought he should have hit. Hundley said to him, "Get back in the box." Don't want to hear it. And it had been a cumulative effect, I suppose, that they had seen Puig react throughout the series, and Hundley finally said something. But Puig took exception to Hundley taking exception. They came together, with Hundley initiating the conversation, Puig initiating the contact, and thankfully it didn't escalate a whole lot farther from that. Barnes takes strike 1. One of the heroes of the scrum was first base coach George Lombard, who has a football background. And not just football background, but George was one of the top football recruits in the country as a running back coming up in Georgia. Ball on a strike on Barnes. He was also a safety in high school, and he channeled some of that tackling ability. Second and 10.
He hung on to the very end, too. He wasn't going to let him get that extra half yard.
Here's a look at second in front of a 1-1. Lombard and Hundley both, before last night even ended, Hundley came back out to the dugout, and before he went back down to the clubhouse following his ejection, said to George, "We're good." He knew that George was just trying to break it up. Ball 2 on Barnes. Three and 1. With the pitcher on deck, were you or Holland not wanting to give Barnes anything too juicy? His 3-1 catches the corner, strike 2.
Doesn't it seem when you're in a slump that the strike zone's a little wider? And it's more painful getting that pitch called a strike when you're slumping. You know, when you're in the zone, it's like, you know what, next time I get one that I can reach within the strike zone, I'm swinging the bat good, I'll hit it. A little different when you're not getting the results.
They'll get another chance. Kind of even out for him there. Tough luck on the strike 2 call, but out of Posey's glove, and we'll do the 3-2 again.
They're doing a nice job on Holland's pitch count. 42 with only 1 out in the second. That's 4 outs into the game.
Dozier needed 12 pitches. Another payoff, and Barnes strokes it foul. Austin showed some signs on Monday night starting that game. He had a base hit. He had a walk. His hit was his first here in August. This is what he was doing last year in that breakout season. A lot of long at-bats, really tough at-bats. This would be the 8th pitch from Holland. It's another 3-2, and he got him swinging.
Down in slider. Outstanding pitch.
Third K for Holland, and up comes Ryu with 2 gone. Bottom of the zone, strike one. How about that? Ryu owns Holland.
Right up there with Rich Hill Rakes.
0-2.
T-shirts are being made now.
Ryu owns Holland.
Yeah.
Ryu Rakes would work too.
That works.
Alliteration. Yeah, it's got to be the Rakes part because the ownership part doesn't stand anymore. Dodgers unable to take advantage of the leadoff double. No score after two.
Get a free subscription to MLB at Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv to take advantage of this special offer.
Scoreboard watching season. Good app to have. Hyun-Jin Ryu back to work in a scoreless third. Joe Davis or Hershiser, Alana Rizzo. This one score really to check tonight because the Diamondbacks are off and Dodger fans will like what they see. The Astros 12, the Rockies 1. It's the first time since June 7th Dave Roberts' club finds itself in third place. 2 behind the Diamondbacks coming into the night, and a game behind the Rockies. Here's Alan Hansen, last night's hero, to lead off the third for San Francisco. It's the bottom of the Giants order that's done a lot of the damage in this series. Steven Duggar, first night against Kershaw, had 2 of the 4 hits against Clayton. And then out of the 8th spot last night, Hansen drove in both Giants runs. Ryu fires an 0-1. That's ball 1. Out of La Romana, Dominican Republic, where he was a bigger basketball player than he was baseball player for much of his life. They figured he had a little better chance as a slick fielding shortstop than a 6-foot basketball player. And so he put those NBA dreams to rest early enough to set the course for this major league career. Started with the Pirates. Parts of 2 seasons there, and then was claimed off waivers by the White Sox last season. They released him. So had gone from a very highly thought of prospect to a guy that was released twice within a year to latching on with the Giants and being very productive.
He's proven in this series he can hit a fastball. I think the Dodgers need to see if he will chase the breaking ball. Especially the fastball below the waist.
See what Ryu goes with on 1-2. Challenge him with the fastball again.
Ryu very comfortable coming belt high fastballs into righties. Sets up that backdoor cutter away. Sets up some of his slow curveballs.
Got him swinging. Well, with a changeup. Good call, Oral.
You show in, and especially if the guy likes fastballs in or he hits them, you just move it in off the plate. Maybe you get a strike on a foul ball, and if he can get to it, he probably pulls it foul. And of course, you speed him up in, you slow him down away, and that was the pattern that worked there.
To get his second strikeout of the night. And get Derek Holland up there. This guy has some character, Derek Holland. Known for his impersonations. I think the most recent one that kind of went viral is during spring training. He did an entire in-game interview as Kermit the Frog, a whole half inning. Never broke character. Ball and a strike.
He does Harry Carey very well.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Kenny Powers from Eastbound and Down. Behind Ryu 1-2. And some people around the Giants think that as his numbers have improved as the season has gone on the mound, some of that has had to do with him kind of just finding his place in the clubhouse because he is such a unique character. Finding that comfort. As getting used to his style of sense of humor. Watches a cutter through the back door for strike 3, and that's back-to-back Ks to open the third for Ryu.
It's not headline to strike out the pitcher, but it is when you've been out since May and the first 9 batters you face, you've struck out 3 and only given up 1 hit. It's a good start.
And that hit was a bloop double that landed on the line for Brandon Belt as McCutchen comes up and takes ball 1.
I had mentioned in the pregame show and in introducing Ryu, he just looks like he could pitch falling out of bed. Just got such good rhythm and athleticism to him. One of those golfers who doesn't have to hit balls. Just let's go to the first tee.
He's the guy you get mad at.
Yeah,
right?
You know, he could show up, take his clubs out of the trunk, throw his shoes on behind the car, and close the trunk. Walk to the first tee. Anybody got a cup of coffee? Yeah, take a sip of coffee, tee the ball up, smack it right down the middle, 280 straight.
1-2 on McCutchen.
I've been there 45 minutes grinding on the range at the putting green, getting going, and I leave it out right and hit it OB and try and get a breakfast ball for free.
Breakfast ball, baby. Ryu doesn't need no breakfast ball.
No, he's got it. His eye-hand coordination, his wiring is so smooth.
His 1-2 pitch is fouled back.
And he doesn't pitch at full effort. You'll see him. He gets in a jam when he got shipped to the bullpen for a little bit of wake-up call. All of a sudden, he gets that. He can go up to 94, 95, 96. Now, we'll see since the injury if he can go there, but there always seems to be another level with him.
He strikes out the side in the third. His best looking inning in his first start in more than 3 months. No score to the bottom of the third. Look in the first at-bat of the game with Brian Dozier, who saw 12 pitches. Get a look at the tracking of those pitches on our Carl scan before ultimately flying out to center.
It's a pretty rainbow, but there wasn't a hit at the end of it.
Well done. First pitch of the third is a strike.
Kind of a duplication of one of those pitches he saw in the first at bat.
Holland has it. Chances are he saw it in that at bat, huh?
Yeah, you're right.
Here's his 0-1. That's ball one.
Change up. So it goes down a few miles an hour and tries to fade it away from the right-handed hitter instead of breaking it in towards him with the breaking ball.
Ball two. Cracked in the air to center, but as we've seen a couple times in this series, he just gets under it and flies out. One gone.
Slider, changeup, curveball, fastball for a flyout.
Holland 4 Ks tonight, one of them against Justin Turner. He's hitting above 400 since returning from the DL at the end of July. Takes ball one and a first pitch changeup. A fastball misses. 2-0. Machado waiting on deck. Man, you look at the names in this lineup and the handedness in this lineup. It's stunning they've struggled against lefties the way they have.
It sure is. These are very professional hitters, and they're all right-handed, and they're struggling with barreling up the lefties. It's not alarming, it's mysterious.
A 2-1. Turner watches that one miss inside, was able to lay off ball three. About 12 innings in a row against left-handed pitching without scoring. On a 3-1, Turner fouls it off, full count. The 3-2. Got him looking this time, and he struck out Turner both times tonight. And up comes Manny Machado.
Now Manny has been showing great rhythm. Gets into the box, gets all ready, and then it's one little lift the bat up and go. And it's a guy who's confident in what he is doing, and every movement just locks him right in. That is beautiful.
Here he takes ball one. Now strike one. We don't blame Manny if there is some anxiousness. Changing uniforms for the first time in his career. Of course, he's not going to admit that. But if he was feeling it, you'd understand why. Not just changing uniforms, but going from a last place team right in the middle of a race in the final couple of months before he reaches free agency for the first time. There's a lot going on. On a 1-1 from Holland, Machado hits another bullet base hit over a leaping Crawford.
And if you watch Manny go about his day, you don't see him look anxious. Where it manifests itself is in the moment of truth, like when the pitch is in flight. For a pitcher, when they lift their leg and they start down to the hitter, do they trust it all the way to the very end where they need to complete the swing, complete the pitch? And right now, he looks like he's trusting it the whole way.
Keeps his third inning going, brings up Matt Kemp, who walked his first time. That takes ball one here. Identical first three hitters in this third inning to the outcomes of the first three hitters in the first. Dozier fly out to center. Turner strikeout. Machado single. And now Kemp, who walked his first time, ahead 1-0. As Holland delivers, Kemp swings and misses.
That's a pitch we didn't see Matt Kemp miss in the first half. Inner half fastballs from righties or lefties. He was all over them. And so when you talk about slumps or going cold, it's missing the pitches you normally hit.
Ball two. And very similar to last season in Atlanta. They got off to a monster start. Last year's fate had to do more with injuries than anything. This year's been able to stay pretty much healthy, knock on wood. On a 2-1, he hits a towering fly ball to left field. I mean, that thing is as high as you're ever going to see one hit. But it's routine for Hunter Pence once it tumbles down. Through a 3, no score.
Very much a quick update for you on Dodgers closer Kenley Jansen, who threw a 16-pitch bullpen session on Monday. He was able to face hitters today. They didn't swing, but they were able to stand in the box, and Kenley had a great time out there. He said afterwards that it was so good to be back on the mound. Threw about 25 pitches today. Said he was a little bit tired there at the end, only because he had run on the treadmill prior to this outing. His next step is going to be throwing another bullpen in Seattle on Friday with the club, and of course that big appointment on Monday, August 20th, to find out when he can be cleared by the cardiologist to come back. But he said it felt really good to be out there.
Good to hear. 0-1 on Brandon Belt opening this 4th inning against Hyunjin Ryu. Nice curve is in for a strike, and it's 0-2. You've touched on it, but you can make a pretty good argument that the guy that the Dodgers can least afford to lose is the one they're dealing without right now, and big number 74.
And you don't expect to play 5 games in a row where the 9th inning is crucial. You expect to blow some people out every once in a while with your offense. Maybe you fall behind because a starter has a rough time, but it just, everything coincide with cold offense. Need a really good bullpen. The very end of the game, Kenley not available, and the equation has not worked in the Dodgers' favor.
This 5-game losing streak, 4 games in a row they've lost in the 9th inning. Belt hits it on the ground. That's foul. Like we've compared it to the last couple nights. You put a guy out of position somewhere in the field, the ball tends to find him. You start messing around with the back end of the bullpen. The games have found the bullpen
consistently.
Yeah, it's really, Andrew Friedman was talking about it. They acknowledged that this stretch here without Jansen was probably going to be the weak point of the bullpen this year. Wouldn't you know it, the games have found a way to expose that much more than you ever could have imagined in your worst nightmare for this stretch.
So you don't have Fields, you don't have Cingrani, you don't have Jansen,
Hudson,
you don't have Hudson. I mean, you remove 4 guys, including your closer, from a bullpen. It's going to be rough.
And then the other part of that, which we've touched on, is, with the Dodgers not making too many moves as far as the bullpen leading up to the deadline. They brought in John Axford, but without going out and getting a shutdown reliever. What they did was bring in more offense, and Machado and Dozier. That's a little bit outside, and it's 2-2. And so the thought being there, when you're just looking at runs scored versus runs allowed, they were going to try and overcome some of that. But the offense hasn't been contributing enough to overcome the bullpen's issues. 2-2 to Belt is a curve. It's flipped into short center field. Taylor didn't read it perfectly at first, but recovered. And we go down to Alana.
Guys, Josh Fields on that disabled list has had a couple of outings with the Arizona Summer League. Next step for him is likely to pitch at some point with the Oklahoma City Dodgers. As far as Daniel Hudson is concerned, Dave Roberts telling us earlier today he's doing well, likely to be activated off of the DL on Friday in Seattle.
Julio Urias making a rehab appearance tonight. Like we mentioned with Ross Stripling, hopefully not too much longer than just the 10 days on the disabled list with that sore back. 1 gone, 4th inning. Evan Longoria watches one just miss, ball 1. Just 1 base runner for the Giants tonight. It was a bloop double that fell right on the chalk. 1-1.
Well, if you can pick up right where you left off, and it's been since May, Ryu's doing it. He's throwing the ball really well. Hitting his spots, changing speeds.
2-1. Yeah, he was probably the best starter for the Dodgers over that first month and a half.
He was the ace. It wasn't by luck. He was pitching like this.
Lifted to left center field. Chris Taylor making the call on this one as well. 2 up, 2 down. And it was right in the middle of things starting to really go bad. May 2nd. Might have been the day after Corey Seager's surgery was announced. Dodgers were in Arizona. It's like, what else can go wrong? 2nd inning. Ryu calls the trainers out. He ripped the groin right off of the bone. And somehow it got worse. I've seen more than 3 months. Dodgers rotation remarkably still has been the best in the National League despite having to deal without him for 3 months. Extended absences from Kershaw, from Hill. Up and down the list you've got DL stints. All 5 season opening starters have spent time on the DL. 1 ball, no strikes on Buster Posey. There's ball 2.
And then all of them since then gotten healthy. All of them have taken a turn in carrying the rotation. If it's Maeda, or if it's Stripling, or if it's Kershaw, or if it's Ryu at the beginning, Buehler. They've all had their hot streaks, and they've all had their moments, and they've done it together too. Absolutely amazing that they are number 1 as a rotation. All what, 11 of them?
Group effort.
I think it's 8 or 9. Is it 11? 11 of them. Wow.
You were right.
Yeah, sometimes this foggy brain finds the right number.
Trust it, Oral. Trust it, like you talk about
trust
with the
it all the
players.
way through. Yeah.
3-1 on Posey. Ryu comes home, and a bouncer to Machado, adjusts on one that hits the lip of the grass. Another 1-2-3 inning for Ryu, who's retired 11 in a row and given up just 1 base runner tonight. Southern California BMW Centers. Hurry in today to the BMW Summer On Sales event for exceptional offers. Details at SoCalBMW.com. And by Carl's Jr. No score, bottom 4. Dodgers trying to end this 5-game losing streak. Get to within a game and a half of the Diamondbacks in the division. Get back into a tie with the Rockies for second. Colorado got rolled against Houston today as the Astros snapped the 5-game losing streak of their own. Chris Taylor opens the 4th, swings and misses, 0-1. There's been a lot of that lately for Chris Taylor. His first inning strikeout was his 5th at bat in a row that ends with a K. 0-2.
There's out of zone and there's in zone, and when the ball is in the zone, the hitters are looking to make contact. When that ratio goes down, that's usually a problem.
Two and two.
Couple of good borderline takes and probably caught a break on the pitch before at the top of the strike zone. Looked like it registered as a strike, but it got called a ball.
Chris Taylor starting the fourth for the Dodgers and taking strike 3. Number 6 for Holland tonight. And up comes Kike Hernandez. Hernandez has the lone extra base hit for the Dodgers in this one, doubling in the second. He pulls another base hit. Hernandez 2 for 2.
1 hit for each leg of the pants.
Yeah.
Wash these pants in hot water. I want them tighter tomorrow.
Shrink them, Alex. Alex Torres, Dodgers find lead clubhouse man as Puig comes up. By the way, Dave Roberts is familiar with the report on Kike Hernandez's tight pants, and you can see his reaction to him being presented with that report on the newest episode of the Doc and Joe Show, 4 o'clock on the Dodgers Facebook tomorrow.
I look forward to that. Will I get a laugh out of the Doc response about the tight pants? Okay, he's usually pretty humorous when you surprise him with something like that, other than a deep question.
It was a good thing to kind of break up the frown face of losing at that point 3 in a row, and it's turned into a 5-game skid.
You didn't start the interview with, "So how's it going, Doc?"
No. Chopper foul 0-2. Doc, they've dropped 4 in a row, but Kike OPS is 1,000 when he wears skin tight pants. Your thoughts? Dodgers losing the opener on Monday 5-2, with the Giants scoring 4 runs in the 9th inning after Kershaw's 8 fabulous innings. Last night it was 2-1 San Francisco. Here it's scoreless in the 4th as Puig takes ball 1.
Dodgers have done a nice job laying off that inside fastball with Holland, but Holland's done a nice job too, not making mistakes with it in there, because that's where the doubles and the home runs are.
Shoots it foul. Holland into the 4th, no damage, but already 75 pitches. A lot of deep counts in this one. And plenty of traffic. Dodgers have a walk and 4 hits. Puig gets out of the way as that thing gets to the backstop, and Hernandez advances to second.
Posey sets up inside. Puig gets out of the way, and Posey flat out misses it. Where he puts the glove and where it ends up are 2 different places.
A 2-2. Puig checks his swing. Ball 3.
That is strong.
And he is.
We've seen multiple ways he can demonstrate that. Is that those 3 things you can do on a swing?
Yeah. Start, stop, let it ride. He stopped. 3-2. And foul.
That was let it ride. Fooled.
Exactly.
But let it keep going so that you can make contact and still live to see another pitch. You can actually see it in the swing. If we take another look at it, how he wants to hold up, but with the 2-strike count, it's like let it ride through. Watch this. He's like, nope, I got to let that ride. I'm out if I don't let it ride.
That conversation came up a couple of nights ago in regards to Cody Bellinger, who's found a field that allows him to have all 3 of those options each time he decides to swing. Another 3-2, and Puig takes strike 3. It started towards first, and upon hearing Stu Sherwater bark strike 3, promptly changes directions, 2 out.
And we've seen this with Holland, that mid-count, he'll take the fastball in off the plate, make you think it's just setting up for soft stuff. Then he gets all the way deep in the count. He'll throw it for a strike to try and put you away.
Issue's not been getting him on, it's been getting him in again for the Dodgers as they put Barnes on intentionally and bring up Ryu. Dodgers tonight 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position, and now 2 for their last 27.
Bruce Bochy did not get the memo that Ryu owns Holland.
That Ryu rakes. If he comes through here and the shirt gets made, somebody will have to ship one to Bruce. Does have a couple RBIs this season. With 2 on and 2 out in the 4th. He fouls it back 1-1.
Don't let that swing fool you. That swing has a lot of power in it. He hit some balls up in the pavilion near the break.
Oh, the BP is majestic.
Oh, it's 30-degree launch angle majestic.
And we're not even kidding. I mean, he hits bombs.
He does hit bombs.
2-1.
If Holland throws his slider that doesn't make it to the back foot, that kind of stays up, the same one that Kike hit the double down the line on, Ryu can hit it a long way.
Bouncing ball to short. It's Crawford to end the inning. We've played 4. The Dodgers and Giants are scoreless. Dealers get huge savings on a reliable new Camry at Toyota's National Clearance Event. And by Jack in the Box. Try something different like Jack's Teriyaki Bowls, only at Jack in the Box for a limited time. To the 5th inning, no score. We welcome you inside. Joe Davis and Oral Hershiser, and Hyun-Jin Ryu's given up just one bloop double through 4 innings in his first game back.
He's looked fantastic. You know, not a lot of first pitch strikes, only 5 for 13, but really not giving any walks. So gets right back into every count. Looks like he's very confident with all his pitches.
Hit the tape recorder, hit the button, play. Got to get the offense going. Seems like we're saying it every night.
It's the same scenario again. Great starting pitching, no offense. Get to the bullpen. It's a tight game. Now you're going to need to that scenario continues. You're going to have a good night from the bullpen because they're going to find a way to get one of these W's across the finish line.
Trying to avoid the sweep against the Giants, trying to avoid matching a season-high 6-game losing streak, which came against Cincinnati and Miami in mid-May. Giants, meanwhile, looking for their 5th win out of their last 6 games after they lost 5 of 6. Marcus Hernandez, who struck out his first time, leads off this 5th. The 30-year-old out of Venezuela watches a first pitch curve catch the corner, strike 1. Muscles a flare, short left field. Kemp is there, 1 out. Here comes Crawford, who's had a riddle of a season for the Giants. May and June, he was the #1 hitter in the National League at above 370. And made the All-Star game as a starter for good reason. Combine that offense with his Gold Glove caliber defense. But July and August, he's gone from #1 in the National League to 2nd worst, below 200. Strike 1.
It is baffling with his work ethic and intensity once he finds his swing to be on that kind of roller coaster. I'll tell you one thing that doesn't slump, that's his glove.
Pulls one up the middle past a diving Dozier. And we've almost come to expect him to make those plays, even though it would have been a tremendous one. Shown an ability to do it. 1 out hit for Brandon Crawford.
First real legitimate hit that Ryu has given up. This is not a blooper. It's 2 hopper just out of the reach of Brian Dozier.
Here's Pence. Talking about everything Hunter Pence brings to the table. A teammate of his once described him as goofy and unorthodox as his stance and swing. Ground ball through. Back-to-back 1-out hits.
Over the years, he's actually calmed down in the box. He used to be a lot more fidgety and moving all over. Feels like he's all elbows and knees when he's going about his business.
His nickname in high school was Captain Intensity. Hunter would chug an energy drink before each game. It's an energy drink that's no longer on the market. They've had to ban it.
It's still in his system.
You run around like a madman. I mean, this is a guy who once dove for a ball between innings, warming up with a center fielder. You know, you play catch, warm your arm up. He once dove for a ball during that. Here's Hansen, 2 on 1 out, and a scoreless game in the 5th. He takes ball 1.
Hansen has had some moments in this series, driven in some runs for the Giants and been a big part of their offense. Dodgers looking to shut him down here.
Ryu struck him out in the 3rd. Crawford at second and Pence at first. And strike one to the knees. Got it by him, strike two.
Two hits this inning, ground balls that found holes. You get another ground ball, the odds are they're going to be at one of your fielders and get a double play.
Shot foul. Ryu pitches another 1-2 and gets Hansen looking for the second out of the fifth.
He was late on a fastball. This isn't a fastball, it's a cutter, but it's still got solid velocity out there, grazing the outside corner. Big pitch with first and second, one out. 0-0 game, first start back since May.
And with a pitcher coming up. And the first inning looked like the first start since May. Hadn't looked anything like that since.
Once he found the range and just trusted his delivery down the hill, he has been hitting his spots. Rick Honeycutt likes to say he's in his lanes.
1-1.
That's what it feels like to go sometimes with guys' deliveries from one side of the plate to the other. Just like you're cruising down the freeway and you're just changing lanes. You don't jerk the steering wheel over to get over to the other lane. You just kind of cruise over. So in a pitcher's delivery, visually, he's seeing now the targets on the outside compared to the inside, and he's just visually kind of changing lanes.
When Ryu's doing that, it's a nice Sunday afternoon drive.
It can be. Put the top down.
Uh-huh.
His attitude and mannerisms, it's kind of like having the top down, but only driving about 35.
Right, you don't have your hair whipping all over, your tongue out like the dog with the slobber going everywhere. None of that.
Almost TMI.
2-2.
Would Ryu be in a classic car?
Yeah,
I think so. Puig would be in a Ferrari.
You're right on that one too. Puig loves fast cars. 2 on, 2 out, 2-2, and he struck him out. Hyun-Jin Ryu threw 5 shutout innings in his first start off of the disabled list. Halfway home, no score.
close out a 3-game series with the St. Louis Cardinals, be one of the first 40,000 fans in attendance, and receive a Chase Utley bobblehead, compliments of Takagi tankless water heaters. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
Well, how about the St. Louis Cardinals? Got to start talking about them with them coming in on Monday. They've now won 7 straight, including 3 in a row against Washington, pretty much eliminating the Nationals from the conversation. Top of the order for the Dodgers here in the 5th as Brian Dozier walks up there. Cardinals changing managers midseason, not doing anything at the deadline because it looked like a lost season. Suddenly they've charged back into the wild card picture. And even in the division, to the day 4 back of the Cubs, 2 back of the Brewers. Derek Holland delivers and Brian Dozier takes strike 1. Down the line, Dozier nestles it in there. A leadoff double.
The first hit for the Dodgers, other than Machado and Kike. The rest of the Dodgers until that double were 0 for 12 with 7 Ks, but Brian Dozier changes that. He has peppered the left field line, mostly foul until that one.
He gets Turner up there. A scoreless game in the 5th. Justin, during the 9-game hitting streak that he's on right now, has struck out a total of 3 times before tonight. 0 for 2 with 2 of them tonight. Holland deals and Turner pokes one back to him. Tried to move the runner over, but Holland made the play, 1 out. Up comes Manny Machado. He's 2 for 2 with a pair of singles that he has smoked. We look back at him on StatCast AI, powered by AWS.
Last at bat last night was a bullet like these. And so he has picked up from last night. When we said coming into this game, he looks like he's about to get hot. Well, he is.
So hot that Bruce Bochy's going to put him on and bring up Matt Kemp. Partly Machado so hot, partly Kemp so cold. Light out his last time, 3 for his last 55. Fly out his last time, I think, was the highest I've seen a ball hit this year. One and 0. A guy who at one point led baseball. The batting average with runners on base. Now has an intentional walk in front of him to bring him up in that situation. And he's able to cash in with a flare to center. Dozier heads home. Here's the throw under the tag. Dozier scores on a base hit from Kemp, and the Dodgers have the game's first run. They'll go to the phone. Take a look at the replay. Did Posey get the tag down, or did Dozier indeed get his hand in first?
Broken bat single. The velocity of the ball to center field is not hit very hard. Chris Woodward sends Dozier. The ball gets there in time. Does he get him on the left hip before the hand touches the plate? Boy, it sure looks like he might have. Runs have been hard to come by for the Dodgers, and this one might sting. This one might be coming off the board. Different kinds of groans coming from the fans in the stadium every time they get to see a replay. Take a look one more time. Yeah. The glove arrives near his hip before the hand touches the plate. Then they will verify that the glove is actually touching him.
The only thing that gives you any kind of hope is that the call on the field is that he was safe.
Gorkys Hernandez with a strong throw in the air to Posey, and he makes a very nice sweep tag.
And he is out. Hernandez with an outfield assist to keep this game scoreless.
That's how tough it has been for the Dodger offense to score runs. You don't blame Chris Woodward. Brian Dozier, no. It's just a very nice play in center field, a good tag. You're pushing the envelope. The envelope was closed.
So it remains 0-0. Now they're at the corners with 2 out. And the struggling Chris Taylor. Chris has struck out in 6 consecutive plate appearances, increasing his National League leading total. We just saw Kemp snap a bad spell with a base hit. And Taylor do the same. Machado at third and Kemp at first. A 1-0 and ball 2. Another night with a great start. The U5 shutout innings. The 2-0. No swing. Ball 3.
This would be a huge walk or reach base for Chris Taylor because of who's on deck and how well he's swinging the bat. Kike Hernandez has been looking good. Pants and hitting.
One and the same, the data would tell you. 3-0 pitch. And he takes a green light. Fouls it off 3-1.
Some fans are thinking, how in the world can Dave Roberts give Chris Taylor the green light the way he's swinging the bat? Well, that's a manager's job in trying to figure out a way to get his player out of it. And the green light to guys is not swinging at any strike. It's a strike that you like. Inner half, outer half, up, down. You're asked to zone in.
3-1 pitch. Taylor takes ball 4. The bases are loaded for Kike Hernandez, who just might face a new pitcher. He will. Holland 4 2/3 with nothing against him at this point, but the pitch count getting up there, and the guy coming up has hit him hard tonight. So Reyes Maranta will come into the game. Back in a moment. show for it as he leaves the game with the bases loaded and 2 gone in the 5th inning. Hands it off to Reyes Moronta. Who's in, who's out, brought to you by In and Out.
Moronta has a great ERA. He has been tremendously effective on first batters he's faced. They're hitting 1 for 43, but he also has issued 12 walks. So it could be a way to force in a run if you make him throw strikes.
Dave Roberts choosing Cody Bellinger to pinch hit for Kike Hernandez, playing the platoon splits here. Even with Hernandez 2 for 2 tonight, he brings on a guy that's top 5 in baseball in August, hitting above 400. Moronta's first one. Bellinger pops it up. And Moronta needs just 1 pitch to strand the bases loaded behind him after 5. No score.
Company, and Mr. Ryu has been absolutely fantastic. 3 hits, not really hit that hard, a couple of ground balls and a blooper. No walks coming off the DL all the way from May, and 6 strikeouts. He has picked up where he left off.
3rd time through the order. Andrew McCutcheon goes after the first pitch and dribbles it foul. Cody Bellinger stays in the game after pinch hitting for Kike Hernandez, and that's a simple one because Hernandez was playing first, and Cody straight up subs for him there. That's caught it short by Machado. Almost caught him as hard as McCutcheon hit it. Well, it's easy to look back on Bellinger popping out on the first pitch and second guess taking Kike Hernandez out, who was 2 for 2 tonight, a couple hard hit balls. But it's what the Dodgers do, sticking to what Dave Roberts has done all season, riding the platoon advantage, with Bruce Bochy going to a right-hander specifically for Hernandez. If he hits a home run, it's the right move. That's foul, and strike 1 on Bell.
Bruce Bochy used the eye test a couple times last inning with Machado, the way he's swinging the bat, intentionally walking him there. Holland against Kike Hernandez saying, no, I don't want this matchup again, so I'm going to change to Moronta.
Breaking ball has Belt fishing, 0-2.
He had a starting pitcher out there who was throwing a shutout. Could easily left him in, said, you know, he's throwing the ball good, but he said, no, with the eye test, I don't like the odds.
1-2. More weak contact and a whole bunch of that. Kemp calls off Machado, 2 gone. Season high 93 pitches for you. Obviously, first month of the season. He's at 86 right now, and in his last rehab start, he threw 71. So this is probably going to be it for him, as Longoria comes up in a scoreless game with 2 gone. It takes ball 1. Strike 1. Ryu aborts midway through that delivery. No big deal with nobody on. Ground ball to short that takes a funny bounce. Machado calmly adjusts, and Hyun-Jin Ryu, welcome back. A 9-pitch sixth, 6 zeros in his first start in 3 months. Hyun-Jin Ryu, boy, how good was he tonight? 6 innings, nothing against him in his first start off the DL.
Absolutely fantastic. You can see by the facial expression he's relaxed and had a lot of fun out there. Going over the outing a little bit with Rick Honeycutt, but they will download that some more tomorrow, and it will be a great conversation.
The Dodgers offense, meanwhile, still searching. 12 runs during the 5-game losing streak as they try to end that skid tonight. Still looking for their first run of this one. It's Yasiel Puig fouling off the first Maranta pitch. Job well done, or something of the sort, from Justin Turner. And a nice hug. Yasiel's 0 for 2 tonight. Hitless in 9 ABs in this series. against a team that loves nothing more than to get him out, against a team that he loves to do damage against. The 1-1. Hangers bang towards the left field corner. That's a fair ball. Puig's got himself a double, and the Dodgers again with a man in scoring position and nobody out.
Slider that was pretty sharp, down by the knees, a little bit center cut. Yasiel stays right on it. Outstanding swing.
It's the third leadoff double for the Dodgers tonight. Grandal will pinch hit for Austin Barnes. Like many of the Dodgers, trying to break out of his own slump. 2 for 28. Moranta delivers. Grandal takes ball 1.
Dozier hit the leadoff double last inning. Justin Turner picked on the first pitch. You can see he was attempting to move Dozier over to third, but got a Holland changeup, which made him roll over it and hit the comebacker. So Holland pulled the string on him, but JT had the right idea.
A little bit low. Ball 2. Fires one in there, 97, strike 1.
Moranta used to be the hardest thrower to come out of the Giant bullpen until they called up the rookie Ray Black. He throws at about 98 miles an hour, the average speed. Moranta's around 97 miles an hour.
Part of what has turned into a strength for them, this bullpen. Grandal lifts one deep to right field. McCutcheon to the corner with room, but that advances Puig to third. First time they've come up with a productive out after getting the leadoff man to second.
Puig hit a slider for the double. You know, Yasmani Grandal almost hits a slider for a home run. A little bit of the speed being taken off. Took the sting out of the bat, but he got the job done. Watch him just continue to swing on right there, finishing it off really close to what could be a home run trot.
Dave Roberts continues to unload that bench with the right-handed pitcher now up there. Jock Peterson. All 18 of his home runs this season against righties. Scoreless in the 6th. Puig at third with 1 down. The infield comes in for Bruce Bochy. And Moranta comes home. Boy, that bottom of the zone has disappeared from Stu Sherwater the last couple hitters. Peterson will take it, 1-0. Strike 1. Trying to put Ryu in position to win this game. Couldn't lay off. Doesn't get far enough away from Posey.
Could be an interesting play at the plate with Freight Train coming down third towards Buster Posey with the infield in.
The 1-2 to Jock Peterson. Stays alive.
That's part of the growth right there of Jock Peterson and why he's become a more consistent hitter, fouling off those tough pitches in a situation where he doesn't want to strike out, but enough balance in the swing to be able to kind of extend out with that slider fooling him and still get a piece of it.
Chargois continues to get ready for the 7th. As the 1-2 comes home and Peterson floats one to right. McCutcheon is over to make the catch. Here comes Puig. Here comes the throw. They've cracked the code in the 6th. Jock Peterson with an RBI sacrifice fly. The Dodgers 1, the Giants nothing.
Watch how centered Jock Peterson stays on this swing. It's a fastball in, and he just stays with his balance and turns on it to get the barrel there. Yasiel, he's going to score, and when he sees Posey clear the area, well, I didn't want to be slapping him high five right there. You could end up with a broken thumb.
How about just a nice wave?
Hey, good job, Yas. Gotcha.
2 gone for Dozier. Looks at a strike. So a leadoff double and then a pair of productive outs to plate the game's first run. And these tight, low-scoring games like the Dodgers seemingly find themselves in on a nightly basis right now, a lot of times that's what decides it. In October, a lot of times that's what decides it.
This Dodger offense lately has done a lot of setting on the table, but not much eating. And they are happy to produce a run. It doesn't have to be a home run. It doesn't have to be a big bases clearing double. Just a good solid sac fly.
Dozier pops it in the infield. Brandon Belt will make the catch. Inning over. Puig started it with a double. Moved to third on Grandal's fly out. Mercifully came in to score on Peterson's. JT Chargois.
Nice outing against these Giants the other night. Inning in a third. Only a walk and a strikeout. And that was a nice response to rough outing in Colorado. So hopefully he's feeling confident and back on the beam, because these Dodgers could use a good night from the bullpen.
Heart of the order: Posey, Hernandez, and Crawford. As 27-year-old JT Chargois puts that foot against the rubber and gets ready to go. Trying to hold on to this 1-0 lead. Strike one.
You'll take it if you're JT. That's a backup slider that if Posey's thinking about hitting, it's a hanger. You get a strike out of it, time to make an adjustment.
Now a fastball to the outside corner, and it's quickly 0-2. On the left, it's Goodell. On the right, it's Roska. Softly hit back to Chagua. 1 out. Up comes Gorkis Hernandez, and we look at our Coors Light refreshing finish. If not for this tremendous throw from Hernandez a few innings ago, this would be a 2-0 game.
You watch throws from the outfield, from infielders, and now you're getting to see the arm strengths at close to 95 miles an hour. Most of these guys played shortstop or pitched in high school and college, but then they get moved to a position. A lot of great arms on a big league field.
Gorkis at the plate tonight is 0 for 2, and he's behind 0-1. Nice looking slider that time. 0-2.
It's a different kind of outing than just a regular season outing. San Francisco Giants, 5-game losing streak, and a lot of the blame kind of hooked onto the bullpen. So anybody coming out of that gate here tonight is going to feel a little bit more intensity about getting the job done. Kind of get the tide shifted.
Back up slider, but got away with it. Turner, 2 up, 2 down. Here's Crawford.
Righty on the left, lefty on the right, because look where their arms go, so they don't interfere with each other and don't distract the bullpen catchers. That's why you'll see that.
Wonder if a long time ago they learned that lesson the hard way.
I would think so. In the minor leagues, when you first sign, you start to learn that. Some you come out of a college program or a high school program where really wasn't multiple guys warming up.
I more meant like in baseball history, if that was learned the hard way.
In baseball history, the bullpen originally was the area where pitchers threw in front of the bullpen tobacco sign. And a lot of times they used to warm up. When I go to games, I can remember back in 1968 when I was 10, Tiger Stadium, the starting pitchers would warm up in front of the dugouts.
Flat ground?
I think there was a little bit of a mound. And I don't know if it was removed. At 10 years old, I can't remember the details. I should do some research on it.
Generous outside corner from Sherwater. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I can barely remember what I ate yesterday. I'm not going to remember what the mounds at Tiger Stadium.
He went around, and Chagua through the heart of the order on 10 pitches. We stretch in a 1-0 game. Net LA is brought to you by Infinity. Empower the drive. And by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Dodge Calendar brought to you by Nissan. Off day tomorrow, then 3 games with the Mariners in Seattle before coming back home to welcome in the Cardinals. And the stretch against contending teams continues. A black into the game for San Francisco. Hard throwing rookie.
Electric arm has touched 102 miles an hour, averaging around 98. If you're a batter like Justin Turner here, to face him, you're going to have to turn it up a notch.
Justin trying to extend that 9-game hitting streak. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Black delivers. Turner lays off. All right, so I think I know what the answer is, but just a simple question. Do you think the Giants are, is it safe to call them a contender right now?
Yeah, I think they're not on the outside looking in. I think they're on the inside, but they got to get closer to the music. They can barely hear it. They got to keep going.
Okay, the reason I ask is because if you consider the Giants a contender, then the Dodgers are opening the second half with 32 games in a row against contending teams. And even if you don't consider them a contender, it's 29 out of 32.
I think you got to consider them a contender. If you're a contender and they beat you 2 in a row, and you're only up 1-0 here in the 3rd game.
I tend to agree with you.
Yep. They didn't build their team to just kind of be an also-ran. They've underperformed compared to the resumes that they thought they were putting together.
Turner will have the green light if he wants it. Instead, he takes ball 4. 4-pitch walk from Ray Black.
Well, this is where the Dodger offense that they have built needs to stretch the lead. Give the bullpen some room.
Machado's reached all 3 times. A couple of hard hit singles and was put on intentionally. Caleb Ferguson getting ready to go. Machado's not waited around. Here he takes ball 1. That's 5 in a row for Black.
Black debuted in July, so it's not like he's got a lot of experience under his belt, and all of a sudden his team is looking like they're in the race. They've got a chance to sweep the Dodgers on the road, so maybe a little anxious with trying to get it done.
Ball 6.
That one sounded high.
It was. That's a fair ball down the line. Machado is 3 for 3. It kicks away, and Turner heads for the plate. RBI double, Manny Machado. 2-0 LA.
Arco, top tier play of the game, and you could take any one of Manny's at bats, but this driving in an insurance run is a pretty good one to look at again. Boy, is he squaring up a lot of balls right now with a lot of exit velocity. Nothing under 100 miles an hour coming off of that bat.
Still nobody out. Matt Kemp to the plate. Machado in his last 5 plate appearances, 4 for 4 with a walk. Kemp with a broken bat, flare of a hit his last time up. This season, when Kemp goes hitless, which lately has happened more than he'd care for, the Dodgers are 12 games below 500. When he gets at least one hit, they're 19 over. And 1 for 2 tonight. The 1-0. Strike one. Muscles one into left center. Kemp's second hit of the night. Machado in to score, standing up, and the Dodgers lead at 3-0.
Kemp in his last at bat didn't hit a ball very hard, broke his bat. Dozier was thrown out of the plate, almost got an RBI. This one Machado reads very nicely, gets a good start, and he will score easily. That Kemp, a couple of hits, and now an RBI.
Walk, double, single against Ray Black in this inning. Still nobody out. Chris Taylor headed up. Strike one. To third. They get one, and that's all. Up comes Cody Bellinger. Cody pinch hit for Hernandez with the bases loaded in the fifth. Popped out in the first pitch. In the month of August, above 400, top 5 in the majors. It's a tough run here of all those left-handed starting pitchers. So much so that Dodgers have had simulated games the last couple of days, not necessarily for injured players or anything like that, but for the left-handed hitters. Taylor is out on a nice throw from Posey. Just simply to keep the left-handed hitters involved because they're not getting very many at-bats in game.
I thought it was very smart. It's a new idea that I haven't seen at the big league level really ever. And I think it really will help those guys that when they get back into lineups or their pinch hitting duties, they'll be ready.
Want to know on Cody Bellinger. Dodgers with 2 more here in the 7th after they broke through in the 6th. Black's 1-0. That's inside, ball 2. Ground ball past the diving Crawford. Bellinger stays hot. He's 1 for 2, and the inning kept alive.
Cody has been swinging a hot bat. Not as many opportunities, like you say, with the left-handed starters, but here an opportunity, and he makes it pay off.
It's now a 9-game hitting streak for him. And with 2 gone in the 7th, Yasiel Puig doubled to start the 6th. Came in to score the game's first run. Strike 1. And Puig licks that bat, which he did for the first time in the National League Championship Series against Jose Quintana. He doesn't know why he did it for the first time, but he did, and promptly doubled within that at bat. So he thought, hey, he's showing the bat a little love, must be good luck. And he's continued to do it. Says it sometimes reminds him he needs to switch to a new bat. Doesn't like doing it when it's a dirty one.
I thought it's because maybe he gets splinters on his tongue. Because the bat can get a little frayed down there. The more and more you hit the ball, especially if the bat's starting to dry out a little bit.
Nope, just doesn't like it when he gets a dirty barrel.
Okay.
I mean, who wants to lick a dirty barrel?
Not me.
No, clean one, sure. Brandon Belt. That's the inning. Dodgers add 2. A little bit of insurance as we go to the 8th. The studio for a preview of Access Sportsnet Dodgers.
All right, thanks, Joe. What a night for Hyun-Jin Ryu in his first start in over 3 months. Jerry, the bat's starting to come alive a little bit.
Ryu brought his A game, and Manny Machado starting to heat up with the bat as well.
These 2 guys will break it down after the game. Alana has a reaction for you from the clubhouse.
All right, guys, here's Caleb Ferguson with a little more breathing room after the 2 runs in the 7th.
The whole bullpen will take the breathing room. It'll change the pitch selection a little bit. Definitely change the fact the way you would attack hitters when one swing could tie the game up compared to don't let them build a rally. And Caleb Ferguson has been a guy out of the pen that has not been permitting many rallies at all. He has been outstanding.
He'll face Hunter Pence to lead off the 8th. Chase Darno, it appears, will pinch hit in the pitcher's spot, or in Alan Hansen's spot, which is 8th in the order. As Pence looks at ball 1. Like we were talking about earlier. very simply broken down. There are two sides of it. There's scoring runs and there's run prevention. And the Dodgers put in a lot of their eggs in the run scoring department, at least with the deadline moves. Finally getting some of that to help support another fantastic start. Another fantastic night of run prevention from the starting rotation. A 1-1 pitch. Pence looks at ball 2. Pence with a leadoff hit to left.
Caleb Ferguson fills up the strike zone. That breaking ball there a little bit up. Just a two-pitch pitcher pretty predominantly right now, like Rich Hill, the fastball and the breaking ball. The changeup is in development.
So it's d'Arnaud in the 8 spot. Hundley ready to pinch hit in the 9 spot. Three nothing in the 8th. Ferguson delivers. 1-0.
Most of the failures of the bullpen have been with trying too hard and really getting into these situations where the game is in the balance and it could go one way or the other very quickly as far as a W or an L. And just trusting yourself and not trying too hard.
Strike 1.
It's the difference between normal effort and hitting your spot most of the time, or giving that extra effort and going for just the absolute perfect pitch, but missing your spot most of the time. You got to know where your top end is, or about 80% of the time you get it in the right place.
Ferguson just misses. 3 balls and 1 strike. Nick Hundley waiting on deck in a 3-0 game. A 3-1 pitch. That's ball 4. The first 2 have reached in the 8th, and Hundley will represent the tying run. Well, Hundley was the hero the first night of this series, and he's been big as a pinch hitter all season. With the Giants down to their final out on Monday, down a run with the bases loaded, Hundley came on and had a 2-run single against Scott Alexander, where they added a couple more to finish that one off. Ferguson delivers and Hundley takes in the dirt. Speaking of Scott Alexander, he's started to warm. Grandal's out there for a visit. Whole infield will come in. We're talking about Hundley's big hit on Monday night against Alexander. Off of the bench. Dodgers were a strike away from taking the opener of this series.
Intensity on both sides in the Dodger-Giant rivalry.
Normally we like to say fasten those seatbelts going into the 9th inning, but these days it feels like you say it when the starter leaves. Part of that is the bullpen struggles. Part of that is the offense failing to give them more of a cushion to work with. Tonight a little bit more wiggle room with the 2 runs in the 7th, but not enough for any kind of comfort. Ferguson's 1-1. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
The mound visit from Grandal and the whole infield felt like kind of like group therapy. Everybody, let's go in and let the rookie know that, hey, look, we trust you, we believe you, just get it over the plate. It was like everybody was kind of encouraging him.
Kind of what you were saying, just be you, just do what you do, don't try too hard.
Yeah, and when your teammates kind of give you permission, it feels better. It frees you up.
That's a strikeout with a fastball at 95.
It was a good meeting.
Good therapy session, worth the money.
Take a look at it in the Morongo slow-mo cam. This is the results. It's a breaking ball over, and then he can go up the ladder. Why? Because the curveball drops in for a strike. That fastball comes out of the same visual window of the hitter, so they got to start it. And then they swing and miss.
And now McCutchen, who experienced more tough luck, which has been the headline of his season, his last time up. Maybe the hardest hit ball of the night for San Francisco, but it was right at Machado. First pitch curve, caught the corner. Drive to deep center. Taylor back at the wall. This game is tied. A nightmare that just won't end.
Over the last 3 weeks, Caleb Ferguson has probably only thrown a couple hanging curveballs. This one to a very powerful hitter. McCutchen yesterday in BP almost hit one over the pavilion, over the roof in BP. Well, he used that same kind of power to create 3 runs for the Giants.
On his 14th long ball of the season. Single walk homer. Back at square one. Goodell throwing again. One and oh.
Now Dave Robertson, Rick Honeycutt are watching the rookie and seeing if he can get back in the strike zone quickly after the shock of the 3-run homer.
This is far from out of the woods against Belt.
With 1 out in the 8th, now tied, you can't let the meltdown happen before your eyes and say, let's let him battle. You've got 2 arms behind him, hot and ready to go, and the plate's on skates right now.
Strike one. Strike two.
I stay with the fastball. The last time he threw the curveball, something really bad happened. I would just stay with the pitch that he's found strikes with here. Try and keep it down and away.
That's what he did, and it's foul.
It looked like the target was more up, and Belt is a good low ball hitter, but hard to get a lot of strikes in the upper part of the strike zone without kind of leaving them up.
Another 3-2 to Brandon Belt. Another fastball and another foul.
He's back, got his range now. The shock of the home run's over, and you're back to competing. It wasn't over on the first 3 pitches when he went to 3-0, but he's done a nice job battling back here.
Belt pops it up. In short center field, Justin Turner for the second out. Dave Roberts coming out. Looks like ready to make a double switch. Bellinger going to trade gloves. Once he's coming on. Ferguson leaves. And a 3-3 game in the 8th. It'll be here at Goodell.
Plan. If the Dodgers win all 3 games you picked, you'll win tickets to Fan Appreciation Day, be recognized on the field, and get a specially designed Good Luck Charm t-shirt. Visit Dodgers.com/mini-plans.
Hope you got your eraser for your defense. Muncy comes in at first. That moves Bellinger to center. Taylor goes from center to left. Kemp goes from left to right. Puig, who made the last out of the last inning, comes out of the game. Eric Goodell placed his spot in the order as he comes into pitch, tied at 3.
2 out, nobody on. Keep the hitter in the ballpark and get an out.
Hitter is Longoria. New game after the McCutcheon home run against Ferguson. Goodell misses with his first pitch. Off of the DL. So another guy the Dodgers are hoping can help start to turn things in that pen. Really, the 2 guys that they're counting on this week, Maeda and Stripling. It's Stripling on the DL. Maeda pitched last night. So really the same group they had over the weekend.
With the tie score, we are back in the scenario of every pitch has stress on it. One swing either way could be the difference in the game.
Good pitch there, 2-1.
Last 5 games has been some exciting games. They just have not come to the correct conclusion for the Dodgers.
Wrong time of the year for the exciting games for the Dodgers with Kenley Jansen out. 2-2.
I think you made a great point earlier that the roster was constructed to kind of have a surplus of runs on the board and give the bullpen some breathing room, even if Kenley was hurt or down because he had pitched a couple days in a row. Other arms can cover the 2 or 3 run lead, and here they couldn't even cover the 3 runs tonight.
Longoria sends a high fly ball to left center field. Chris Taylor calling off Cody Bellinger. That's that in the 8th, with the Giants tied on the McCutchen home run. 3-3 to the bottom of the 8th. A lot of emotion in this series between the Dodgers and the Giants. San Francisco's taken a pair of close games to open it. Dodgers trying to avoid the sweep, trying to end the 5-game losing streak. They led 3-0 after 7, but a game-tying home run from Andrew McCutchen. Chase Darno, after pinch hitting last inning, stays in and plays second. On to pitch is a converted starter. The Dodgers saw a bunch over the first month of the season. In the starting role, it's Ty Blach. Now Swanee Grandal leads off the 8th, takes strike 1. That's fading quickly. Belt near the dugout has room.
Brandon Bell looked like he was going to run out of room. This ball curved back, kind of like a pop-up behind home plate where the catchers have to stay with it because it curves back towards the field. That's what that one did.
Here's Muncy for his first at-bat tonight. Blach starts him with a breaking ball for a strike. Ty Blach has one thing going for him, the current state of the Dodgers, and that is that he throws with his left hand. One.
Fastball, curveball, slider change. Tops out at about 91, 92. Averages around 90 miles an hour. not an overpowering lefty.
1-2. Dodgers have faced him 10 times. He's got a 2 ERA against them. Two out.
Second baseman number 6, Brian Dozier.
Top of the order, Brian Dozier in a 3-3 game in the 8th. Ball, no strikes.
Brian has hit some high, long fly balls that ended up short of the warning track in center tonight. Hit one a little lower, hit a little farther.
Does have a double tonight and is ahead of block 2-0. Here it comes. Swing and a miss, strike one. On a 2-1 pitch, Brian Dozier watches it miss low. Ball 3. Strike 2. Dodgers 15 base runners tonight. 10 hits, 5 walks. Like that 16. The 6th walk. And Dozier gets Turner to the plate.
Number 10, Justin Turner.
Walked his last time up. Still trying to extend the hitting streak to 10. Block delivers and Turner takes a strike.
First pitch changeup. Going right to changing speeds with him because he's so hot. You just don't want to throw him a cookie fastball.
That one gets by Posey. Go ahead running scoring position.
2 out, nobody on, turns into 2 out, man on second, and your hottest hitter up. And boy, is there interesting choices here for Bruce Bochy with Machado on deck, who he already has intentionally walked tonight. Justin Turner at the plate, who is super hot.
Mark Melanson was warming earlier. He'll do it again. As Block brings a 1-1 and Turner takes it way outside, ball 2. Two 1. Bottom of the zone, strike 2. Justin's argument that a lot of the night that's not been a strike. Strike 3 called, and the inning is over. To the 9th we go, tied at 3. SoCal Land Rover retailers.
Be at Dodger Stadium on August 25th when the Dodgers host the Padres at 6:10 p.m. Be one of the first 40,000 fans in attendance to take home a Dave Roberts replica batting practice jersey. Compliments of your Southern California BMW centers. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
That'll be the first series of the second half against a non-contender. And it comes in the final full weekend of August. Goodell stays on for Posey to open the 9th. Posey hacks the first pitch foul. Mentioned it earlier, but 32 games in a row coming out of the All-Star break against contenders. Part of that is that much of the National League can consider itself contending. At the 4-team race in the National League West, if you include San Francisco in that. 3 in the Central. And up until recent days, it would have been 3 in the East. Washington continues to fade. Ball on a strike on Posey. Buster's 0 for 3 tonight and 1 for 11 in this series. Well, against a struggling Giants offense coming in, if you know that you hold Buster Posey to a 1 of 11, you'd like your chances to be sitting a little better than the Dodgers are. The bigger picture of this series right now. 2-1.
The 1 was a big hit. Part of their comeback. But yeah, you're right. Shut him down. And especially the average part, because the power has really been depleted over the years. So he's more of an on-base percentage catcher now than a powerful catcher.
On a 2-1 from Eric Goodell. Posey looks at a strike. 2-2. Fly to center field. Bellinger to the track to make the catch. And kept on carrying pretty well. Ultimately, Bellinger gets it and Posey's the first out.
Years prior, with a little less wear and tear on Buster Posey, that's probably a home run. Joints get a little less flexible as you get in the middle to near the end of your career. He's got a lot of time left, but it is different.
1 gone in a tie game in the 9th. Hernandez comes up. Andrew Baggerly wrote a really interesting, thought-provoking piece on Posey on The Athletic in July, where he just floated an alternate universe where Posey played a different position in a different ballpark and wondered what kind of offensive numbers could have he put up. So the hypothetical that was floated was, how about if Buster Posey was a first baseman in Colorado? Breaking ball ripped foul, and it's 0-2. So obviously a less demanding position on your body physically. And then a ballpark that is on the opposite end of the spectrum from AT&T. And Andrew asked Nick Hundley what he thought Buster Posey could have done in that universe. Playing for the Rockies, playing a different position like first. Hundley said he thinks very strongly Posey consistently would have been a .350 hitter, would have challenged to hit .400. Goodell gets Hernandez swinging, 2 out.
That's high praise, but as far as speculation, probably not too far off.
No, you're right. And to do what he's done at the position that he's done it, the ballpark that he plays half his games in, it's been remarkable. Quite a resume he's put together. As an all-star this year, didn't go to the game because of kind of what we're talking about, the wear and tear, a hip that had been bothering him. Crawford with 2 gone and a tie game in the 9th. Here comes Goodell with strike 1. Instead of hopping on a plane and flying to D.C., he, as soon as the game ended on the final Sunday of the first half, ready to go in and get an injection in that hip to reduce the inflammation. Life of a catcher. It's different. Crawford to left. No big deal for Chris Taylor. Let's go to the bottom of the 9th. Tied at 3. It's Machado to lead things off. Then Kemp, then Taylor. The 9th inning, and how about the night that he's had so far, reaching all 4 times.
He has had a sweet swing now for about 7 or 8 at bats, and boy, has he barreled up a lot of ball. Little different night tonight because he's getting results on most of them. Last night he hit it hard 3 times, just got 1 hit, but boy, he is seeing the baseball really well.
Led the American League a year ago with 3 walk-off home runs. Bruce Bochy leaves the left-handed Ty Block on to face him. Here we go. Ball 1. Ball 2. Kemp and Taylor to follow. The 2-0 pitch. Machado hits a high liner to deep center. Back goes Hernandez to catch it. One gone.
We talked about Posey maybe moving from San Francisco to Colorado. Machado moved from Baltimore to Dodger Stadium. A little different as far as hitting is concerned.
And Matt Kemp came into this game all 3 for his last 54, and they've not been hard hit tonight, but he's got 2 hits, and beggars can't be choosers. He's not complaining about it. Here comes block. Kemp takes a strike. One and one. Ball 2. Scott Alexander, if this game extends. It's 2-2.
Well, we've reached a point in this game where we're going to be at both ends of the emotional spectrum. We're going to have a walk-off at home and elation and spraying of water and ripping off of a jersey, or we're going to be swept by the Giants at Dodger Stadium.
A 2-2 from Block. He gets Kemp swinging, 2 gone. And if that were the outcome, it would come in the final at bat for the 5th consecutive day. Here comes Taylor. Diamondbacks off tonight. Rockies lost. Dodgers trying to get back to within a game and a half of Arizona. Trying to stunt some of this Giants momentum. San Francisco's won 4-5. Line drive, base hit, center field. Bellinger gets an opportunity in the ninth.
Chris Taylor, a couple of strikeouts in his first 2 at-bats, but responded with a walk. A fielder's choice and now a base hit. Maybe starting to feel like he can come out of it.
Pitching coach Kurt Young comes out.
Let's go Dodgers! Let's go Dodgers!
Pitcher's spot is due next. Dave Roberts is out of position players, and so it's Kenta Maeda that walks into the on-deck circle. Kind of an interesting thing. You don't want to put the winning run in scoring position, but that's all Dave Roberts has.
Block does not have a fastball to beat Cody to what used to be his hole, that up and in fastball in the inside part of the plate. So if they're going to go with the soft stuff to try and get him out, they better keep it down, or he's going to have a chance of hitting in the right field seats.
Well, he gives him a strike, 0-1. Posey can't find it. Taylor breaks late. The throw not in time. Nobody could find it. Thankfully, Taylor made the first move, and the winning run is in scoring position.
Chris made the first and the third move. He's already gone. Now Posey makes the second move, and then Taylor makes the move again to go. Look, Taylor's gone. Oh, he stops. Posey gets it. Taylor goes.
Of course, now the obvious next move is that you put Bellinger on and bring up Maeda.
But it turns the lineup over for the next inning if we go into extras, and Kenta Maeda might find a hole.
Wouldn't that be a way to end a 5-game losing streak? And the folks in the ballpark that aren't keeping score themselves are saying, wait a minute, what? With a game on the line, you send up Kenta? Dave Roberts and the Dodgers out of position players. And so Maeda to hit. With Taylor at second and Bellinger at first. Tied up 9th inning. Strike one. Strike two. Posey blocks down ball one. Kenta does have 3 hits this year. On a 1-2 pitch from Block. He flips it foul. One night after allowing the winning run in relief, there's a chance to drive in the winning run as a pinch hitter.
August of '88, Tim Leary pinch hit for a pitcher. He was a pitcher. Won the game with a pinch hit. Come on, Kenta.
Do your best, Tim Leary. 2-2.
Would be a nice omen for the rest of the season.
Sure would. I've heard how that one ended. Taylor at second. Here's a 2-2. He fouls it off. Not going down easily. That bench ready to explode. The stadium ready to explode. If Maeda can do the improbable. Seventh pitch from Ty Block to Kenta Maeda. There's another 2-2. Got him swinging. Posey throws down, and we go to extra innings. Tied at 3. Andrew McCutcheon's 3-run home run in the 8th inning, the reason that this game extends into extra innings. Joe Davis, Ole Hershiser, and Alana Rizzo, and now Scott Alexander trying to make a new most recent memory.
Doesn't get any easier for anybody out of either bullpen, but a little bit tighter around your neck if you're coming out of the Dodger bullpen with the experiences and results that they have had lately.
Giants very good in extras this year. Among other things, the Dodgers 1-6 in their last 7 one-run games. Find themselves in another tight one as Hunter Pence leads off the 10th and takes strike one. Dribbled in front of the plate. That is fair. Grandal picks it and throws wide. Leadoff man aboard, and you have to think that Grandal saw enough spin on that he was certain that it wouldn't roll foul.
That, and I think he thinks he can get Pence. He's in his peripheral vision there as he exits the catching position, thinking I can get it there, and it would have been in time if we just been on line.
It's ruled a base hit. Chase Darno had a walk in front of the home run from McCutcheon in his first trip up there tonight. Orange County native, a former Pepperdine star. Lays a bunt down on a pitch that was ticketed for his head. What a job by Darno to get that one down and get the go-ahead run in scoring position.
A swinging bunt from Hunter Pence, and now a bunt that could have been easily a pop-up. Boy, doesn't allow you to suppress the feelings of here we go again.
Pitcher number 53, Austin Slater.
Brian Dozier had trouble even receiving the throw to first from Alexander. I think gets lost in a shirt or some lights.
Pinch hitter is the rookie Austin Slater. Soft chopper to short. Machado's got it. Running throw is a little bit wide, but Muncy able to stretch to get it for the second out.
He just has a rocket of an arm. I mean, wrong foot throws usually have a little arc to them. You get rid of them as quick as possible because you're not going to have much on the throw. Man, he catches it, takes a little extra beat, and then just shows off the hose. I mean, there's no panic. He knows what he has. 1, 2, bam.
Now McCutcheon. You knew it was only a matter of time before Andrew started to find some results. You just hoped that it came later on the Giants road trip after they departed LA. Prior to his last at bat, he was 2 for 30. You're going to put him on intentionally here. But his 3-run home run against Caleb Ferguson has pushed this game into extra innings. So it's up to Belt. Tied at 3. Runners at the corners and 2 gone in the 10th.
Dave Roberts' first intentional walk of the game. Bruce Bochy has used 3 of those tonight to get this game into extra innings.
Rolled to Machado. to the bottom of the 10th. Grandal, Muncy, and Dozier coming up. Dodgers looking for a 10-inning win. Melanson missed most of the first 2 months with the continued elbow issues. Those are the numbers since returning.
9 of his last 12 games have been scoreless, but there's been a lot of traffic. 13 of the last 34 batters he's faced, they're batting .382 off of him.
It's Grandal to lead things off. Then Muncy, then Dozier. It'll be Grandal batting from the left side, which is where he was when he hit the walk-off home run earlier this month against Milwaukee.
Fastball center cut that he sent the Dodger fans home real happy. His teammates joined in on the celebration.
Osmani 0 for 2 tonight, and in a 2 for 30 slide. Dating back to that walk-off home run. Here we go with a 10th. Melanson deals, and Grandal takes ball 1. Dodgers got 1 in the 6th. On a sacrifice fly from Jock Peterson. They got 2 in the 7th. RBI hits Machado and Kemp. That made it 3-0. For McCutcheon's tying home run against Ferguson in the 8th. Strike 1. Breaking ball, punch foul. Now 1-2. The dirt for ball 2. Even with a lot of the damage against Melanson you were talking about, he's only given up 1 home run. Facing the powerful Grandal, starting the 10th. Here comes his 2-2. Got him looking. Grandal can't get tossed. The Dodgers are out of position players.
Very nice cut fastball at 93 that catches the edge of the strike zone. Yasmani frustrated not only from the strike call on that at bat, but some other past pitches.
Now it's Muncy. Off of the hands, into the shift, Darno. Muncy hustling to make it close, but the throw gets him. 2 gone. And so now Dozier.
Ryan Dozier.
Cutter to the knees, strike 1. Dozier with a double and a walk tonight. Although a bit of a slide going for him. He's 5 for his last 30. Haven't played to pull. 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball, tap foul, strike 2. Fitting, I suppose, that here we are in the 10th inning between these teams. One and 2.
Dodgers need a win, and after they get a win, they could use a laugher. Maybe one where they get 21 runs and everybody gets hits and feels good about themselves.
Melanson's 1-2 pitch. Dozier takes it in the dirt. Next one will be in Seattle. We'll travel up there tomorrow. Play the Mariners for 3 over the weekend. Mariners team, like the Dodgers, in a tight division race with Houston and Oakland in the American League West. Full count. After Dozier, it's Turner. And it looks like Baez for the 11th. If Melanson can get it there. Scott Grandal and Muncy. And now ready for a payoff pitch. Dozier takes ball 4 just above the zone. Justin Turner to the plate. Well, a gift of an opportunity to extend the hitting streak here with an extra at bat. Rather than extend the hitting streak, that'd just be gravy. He'd like to end the losing streak. Base hit center field. Dozier will hang on and let Machado try and win it. Three hits and a walk. The lone out that he's made, he crushed a line drive to the track in center. Young coming out and double checking how many visits they have left. It's about as close as I think we've seen a team get to using all of them tonight or this year.
I think it is. The umpires are talking about it, just informing each other on what number visit this is. That was number 7.
You get one extra each extra inning. And so that one's within the realm of the rule. And Machado to the plate trying to win it. Tied at 3 in the bottom of the 10th inning with Dozier at second and Turner at first, both reaching with 2 out against Melanson. In the dirt, somehow Posey knocks it down. Ball 1.
Kurt Young was probably reminding Melanson that we still have a base open, even though it's third. And this guy is so hot. In some ways, they might rather face Matt Kemp with the bases loaded 2 out than Machado with first and second 2 out.
Off 1-1.
Dodgers have lived in the intensity of this rivalry. They've had the close games. They've had 2 nights of disappointment on the verge of some of their own excitement right here.
Off the hands again, 1-2. Machado trying to end the game and end the losing streak, which sits at 5. Dozier the winning run at second. The 1-2 fouled off.
Melanson knows he's in swing mode. Machado, in some ways, is going to have to be a little bit more disciplined. This is definitely going to be a pitch they're going to want him to chase.
Breaking ball ripped foul, and we'll do it again.
That was a gift of an offering. A hanging breaking ball with the game on the line and a 1-2 count. Oh my.
to a guy who ain't missing much these days. Another opportunity here. 2 on, 2 out, tied in the 10th. Melanson having a hard time deciding what to throw.
If I'm Melanson, I throw a wild pitch. It ends up being second and third. Bochy says intentionally walk him and I'll face Kemp.
Yeah.
The way this guy's swinging the bat.
Another 1-2. Got him swinging. Back to the breaking ball, and he executed this one to the 11th. Dave Roberts after Pedro.
The Dodgers don't have a veteran closer, but all the guys coming out of the bullpen have pitched in extra innings in tie games, so this is not new to anybody down there. It's actually in some ways less pressure than when you have the lead and you're expected to get the save. So Pedro Baez is handed a job that he has had before.
Against the teeth of this Giants lineup. After Melanson's able to wiggle off of the hook. Dodgers now 2 for 14 with runners in scoring position tonight, and they've stranded 15.
Well, in some ways, when the offense was cold, we were looking for some traffic so they'd have somebody to knock in. Tonight they get the traffic, but I've only been able to get in 3.
Evan Longoria 0 for 4 in this one and 1 for 10 in the series. Muscled up the middle. That's where Brian Dozier's position, and 1 pitch, 1 out for Baez. So Longoria and Posey combined in this series 2 for 23, and the 3 and 4 spots in the lineup. Yeah, the Giants winning game 1 5-2, winning game 2 2-1, and still alive in this one in the 11th. Ball 1. Last 6 hitters for the Giants going back to Alexander's 10th inning. A total of 6 pitches. So this here qualifies as a long at bat for Buster compared to what they've been doing. 2-0. The only game in baseball right now. Everybody else finished up. A lot of day games today with teams traveling. Giants head to Cincinnati. They have an off day tomorrow, so they're going to use that to travel. On 2-0, Posey takes ball 3. Strike 1. Ground ball to third. Turner able to get to it. Wide throw. Posey is out. Muncy comes off of the bag, and they catch a break with Posey not running particularly well. 2 gone.
And Buster, you mentioned that he got a shot on his hip to get some of the inflammation out instead of going to the All-Star game. Well, he's still striding it out down the line, really not running full out. Justin Turner with a nice stop there early, and Muncy doing a good job wandering off the bag to tag Posey.
Two gone for Hernandez. 2 for his last 22. Ball 1.
Games like this, Dave Roberts will think about the lineup tomorrow. Well, it's a travel day, so he doesn't have to worry about resting guys. He'll push them as far as he can, especially with the travel day tomorrow. And there's not many changes he can make anymore. Just a couple of pitchers.
Yep, Floro and Ross Cup.
Then you start thinking about Rich Hill and Clayton Kershaw, Alex Wood.
To pitch?
No, maybe to hit.
Yeah. Already used one pitcher to hit, Kenta Maeda. Put up a good fight, but ultimately struck out. Finished the 9th inning with runners at first and second. Dodgers were out of position players at that point. 3-3 game, 11th inning. Pedro Baez to Gorkis Hernandez with a 2-1. Fastball, and it's fouled sharply off of the mask of Sherwater. 2-2.
He took one earlier, but that one was straight on the mask. This one might have got underneath a little bit. No, just the very bottom. Boy, does that put a lot of pressure on your jaw.
Dodger trainer Nate Lucero out there to check on him. 35-year-old who made his major league debut in this ballpark. 2014 in a Dodgers-Rockies game. It's been a big year for Stu professionally. He's named a full-time major league umpire this winter. We mentioned it earlier, but the first full-timer from Canada. Almost 20 years. It's not the first time that he's taken one tonight.
Crew chief Eric Cooper checking on him. There's the one from earlier in the game.
Hernandez as well. What are you trying to do to me, Gorkis?
Beginning of the game, the umpires gather around the home plate. They finish talking about whatever they talk about before it starts, and then they always Give a pound on the chest to the home plate umpire, like, go get him, good luck. Well, they all did that again right here before the game resumes. He got his second go get him.
Pedro Baez looking for a 1-2-3 11th inning. Comes set for a 2-2. Here it is. Got him swinging. To the bottom of the 11th. Still tied at 3. On to pitch is Casey Kelly. Just one appearance in the majors this season. Bouncing around from San Diego to Atlanta, mostly in the minors, but a handful of major league appearances throughout his career. Back to 2012. Missed 2 full seasons. Spent all of last year out of the majors. His second appearance here in 2018. He'll come in a tie game in the 11th against the heart of the Dodger lineup.
4-pitch guide. All the basic pitches, the fastball, the slider, the curve, and the change. Fastball is going to average around 93. If he's going to throw something, take a little speed off, it's going to be the curve, about 11 miles an hour short of that at 82.
Well, Matt Kemp tonight came in 3 for his last 54. He's gone 2 for 4 tonight. He'll be followed by Taylor and Bellinger. Close games the norm for these Dodgers lately. For the same plot, they're just hoping for a different kind of finish. That's ball 1. Two and 0. The guy who a long time ago was a first-round pick, the Boston Red Sox, back in 2008 out of Sarasota, Florida. His 2-0 to Kemp. A little dribbler along first, it'll stay foul, and it's 2-1.
Last year around this time, the narrative was, are they going to be battle tested? They were 18.5 games up, first place. You know, are they going to coast into the playoffs? Are they really going to be ready? Well, missed it by 1 win, the World Championship. So this year, you might have the scenario where they definitely are battle tested.
Just inside ball 3. Yep, there is no cruising option at this point. 2 games back. And a 4-team race on a 3-1. Kemp has a leadoff walk here in the 11th.
Fielder number 3, Chris.
That pass the baton mentality was huge last year, and the Dodgers need to start thinking about that and acting on it. You got to get good strikes before you can make it happen with the bat.
Taylor had a base hit his last time. He's also walked tonight. Winning run aboard in the 11th. And nobody else left. Looks like Pedro Baez may hit for himself. Ground ball to third. There's one and two. 5-4-3 double play. Wipes the bases clean and brings up Cody Bellinger. They checked it quickly to see if perhaps the foot wasn't on the bag at second.
Center fielder number 35, Cody
Bellinger came on as a pinch hitter in the 5th. He's 1 for 2. He's singled and been walked intentionally.
being intentionally walked.
And he's walked intentionally again. So Pedro Baez will come up.
Number 52, Pedro Baez.
He's an old third baseman. He can do it.
Swing hard in case you hit it.
5 at-bats in the majors. He does have a walk. He does have an RBI. He swung hard. Strike one.
Well, those statistics you just mentioned would be very good for an everyday player. Every five at bats have a RBI.
That's true. Yeah.
But I think you need bases loaded for him to get the RBI and get a walk, huh?
Just means he's due, Oral.
Let's go with that.
Pedro Baez. 1-2.
That helmet was custom fit in spring training before he grew his hair out.
Fouls off a breaking ball. Mad respect from Casey Kelly. If Pedro can't pull a rabbit out of his hat here, he'll face Crawford, Pence, and Darno. Puts it in play, but an easy play for Crawford in the left. To end the 11th. To the 12th we go. Dodgers and Giants still tied at 3. Giants took the first 2 games of the series with 9th inning runs. Winning runs in this one will come even later. Pedro Baez worked to 1-2-3 11th. Made the final out of the bottom of the 11th, and he'll be back out there to pitch the 12th.
If you're shutting down the Giants and the offense doesn't score, you are going to get asked the question, how do you feel? And it will be up to Pedro Baez as far as he wants to go in this game. I'm sure they'll even try to get a 3rd inning out of him if they need it.
It's Brandon Crawford that he'll face to start this inning. We talk about the roller coaster season that Brandon has had this year as far as the numbers go. On a personal level, it's been kind of a rejuvenation for him this year after what was a really tough personal level year for him and his family last year. And you may have heard about this early on last year. It was pretty well publicized, but his sister-in-law died from an asthma attack at 38 years old, leaving behind a couple young kids. Brandon came back the next night, hit an emotional home run, and like a true pro, refused to use it as any kind of excuse as that year went on. But of course it weighed on him and his family, and there was some other stuff as well. And he admitted after the year that, the road trips felt longer. Being away was a little more difficult. So even though the numbers have gone up and down this year, it's all put into perspective with what the family went through a year ago. Taps first one fouled, and it's 0-1. Brandon, 31 now. He's a Bay Area native. Grew up a diehard Giants fan. Spent his early years in Menlo Park and then in Pleasanton. Season tickets growing up. Used to hit off the tee in the backyard, pretending to be all the different Giants. And other kids doing the same thing, pretending to be Brandon Crawford. 0-2. Floats one to left field. Chris Taylor is there. Brandon Crawford, the first out of the 12th. We were talking earlier about Hunter Pence being a bundle of energy and all the energy drinks he used to take in high school. Part of the energy now is that Hunter is a coffee lover. Usually has about 4 cups before he even heads to the park. Has plenty more once he's there. I'm guessing that has some coffee fueling him as this game goes into the later innings. Actually, this offseason, Hunter opened a coffee shop in Houston with his wife. Taking your love for something to a whole new level. Runs a little bit outside, and he checks his swing. Ball 1. And it's actually, he blended 2 of his biggest passions, coffee and gaming. And the coffee shop that he opened, it's part coffee shop, part board game hangout, and a part video game tournament site. It's 2-0. He still has a house in Houston. That, of course, is where he opened his career. Pretty unique concept. Waiting on a 2-0 from Pedro Baez. That is strike 1. And it's something he and his wife enjoy together. They actually met through her former job at the gaming company IGN. Hunter came in to promote MLB The Show a few years back, and right there, rest is history. Baez to Pence with a 2-1, and Hunter looks at strike 2 on a perfectly placed fastball.
No reason to change when you hit that corner with 97.
Man, where's this been?
Well, those were 3 video game fastballs.
On easy level.
Yeah. But I think by the 3rd one, you get like the explosion because you did it 3 times. It just blows up the hitter.
Ball's on fire. NBA Jam style.
Yeah, I'm thinking NBA Jam when I used to play my son, who's now 30. If you made the 3rd shot in a row, kept getting hotter and hotter.
Oh, yeah. Here's Darno with 2 out, taking a strike. The modern day equivalent would be RBI baseball, kind of a similar cartoony dynamic to it. Same genre as NFL Blitz. Blitz is sweet.
Is it?
You know, NFL Blitz?
I don't play games anymore.
Well, it's not a modern one. That's.
Oh, well, back then, yeah.
It's the NFL version of NBA Jam, pretty much.
Yeah, I didn't like the NFL games because my son always scored touchdowns on fake punts. I could never figure out how to defend them.
I don't like that. Play the game like it's real, please.
Well, 1st and 10 on his own 20. He runs a fake punt. I can't stop it. I quit the game.
Just pulled the cord.
No, I mean, I'd play to hang out with my son, but I'd just tell him, you can't do that. And then if the game was on the line, he'd do it.
Say this is real life, start acting like it.
Yeah, I just
fakes punts from their own 20, man.
I thought it was an odd thing to punish him for.
Yeah, I would have grounded his tail.
No allowance for you.
Baez sets and deals. Fly ball, center field. Cody Bellinger to the bottom of the 12th. Pedro Baez. A couple of solid innings of relief. 6 up, 6 down. Of work for Casey Kelly in his 2nd game in the majors this year. Oh, wow, that's impressive. Wow.
With a Wild Horse Players Weekend jersey on.
Grandal, Muncy, and Dozier coming up in the 12th. Kelly threw his wide. Yasmani Grandal takes a first pitch spinner for a strike. Hey, Yasmani's walk-off home run a couple weeks ago is the only walk-off home run in the regular season for the Dodgers since Charlie Culberson's division winner 2 years ago. It's by the bag foul, 0-2. Charlie's having a great year in Atlanta. It's been cool to see for a good guy.
Got some big home runs there.
0-2. Grandal yanks one right field, top spinning into the gap and bouncing its way to the wall. Leadoff double for Yasmani Grandal.
A very nice rhythm to this swing. A breaking ball that he keeps his hands back just long enough and then finishes with the swing as he releases the top hand. Boy, did he hit it to the right place. Splits the seam.
It's the 4th leadoff double tonight. The one time the Dodgers followed that leadoff double with a productive out, they got the runner home. That was for the first run of the night in the 6th. Otherwise, they haven't been able to capitalize. Muncy. Good frame job by Posey. Strike one. Base hit right field. Grandal had to hold up to make sure that it got through. Now the throw is wide. Throw back to first. Muncy in there just in time. Posey tried to steal an out. Muncy heads up, gets back to the bag.
Grandal moving up to third, but freezes a little bit on the line drive. This ball's in the air out to the cut of the grass. And so all of a sudden, once that ball hits the ground, Grandal moves up, and Chris Woodward the whole time after freezing on the line drive was not going to send him. And Muncy just barely getting back there to save the no-out situation.
So first and third, and Brian Dozier to the plate for the Dodgers. Brian's walked each of his last 2 times. He's also doubled tonight. Up there for the 7th time in this series finale. Got to be near the top of the list of guys you'd want up there in this situation.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, Bruce Bochy goes out there. I don't know if he told him that we're thinking about walking if we get to a count or how we're going to play defense. But the one thing they have to do is they have to deal with who's behind Dozier, which is Turner and Machado. So you just can't sit here and hand pick who you want to get out.
First one. Ball one. Three fielders to the left of second. Dozier, one of the highest pull percentages in the game. On a 1-0 pitch. Strike called at the letters, 1-1. And his first month with the team, can Brian Dozier be the hero? 2 balls, 1 strike. High fly ball left center field. That is going to do it. Ball game over. Losing streak over. Dodgers over the Giants in 12. It's Brian Dozier with a sacrifice fly that brings home Yasmani Grandal. They're finally able to cash in and avoid the sweep to end the 5-game losing streak as they look at it again on our play of the game, brought to you by Lexus.
He has grinded out every at-bat since becoming a Dodger, and this one ends with a lot of smiles.
So the Dodgers back to within a game and a half for the Diamondbacks as they rest up tomorrow, traveling up to Seattle to open a 3-game series with the Mariners on Friday. For Oral, Alana, and the rest of our crew, Joe Davis saying so long from Dodger Stadium. Access Sportsnet Dodgers begins now.